beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Hi, chat.
There's a lot that
That's a little loud.
goes into managing an orchard.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard.
Fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right.
Hello! Hi, chat. How do you do? How are you doing today?
You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
You do have to keep the fruit in a good mood. That's so true. You get it, Varessa. Oh my god, +5. Holy. Alright. Time to go get some amazing artifacts. Maybe I will go for Nefer. I don't know, man. I keep changing my mind. I talked about it yesterday when I recorded the pre-release. But like it's like every day I wake up and I change my mind about whether or not I'm gonna go for Nefer. That's not what this theme should be. Eon-san. She's level 90 now, so I don't have to scroll all the way down anymore. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Armed and ready.
Who says armed and ready? Is that Eon-san? Moose swing. Chevy, I see. Timo, wow. Good one, buddy. I don't think Eon-san has that kind of gun. So true.
Rise with the sun. Drop your weapons. Faster, stronger. Wrath from the skies. Incinerate. Incinerate.
Oops.
It's justice o'clock. Yeah! Oof. Hero incoming. Time to roll.
Hero incoming. Alright, chat. Good artifact. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Pog champ. This artifact is my little Pog champ. Trust. Man. Okay, wait. Chat. Support set, crit rate 4-liner with ER. That's actually kind of a Pog. Like, that's actually not bad, bro. Okay. Dude, if that's a 5-piece if I've ever seen a 5-piece, man. Holy shit. Look, and it's gonna roll ER, and you're gonna be like, oh my god, Zajef, how did you predict it was gonna roll ER? That's not ER. That's okay.
Justice will prevail. Controlled breathing. Start the light of the blazing sun. Triumph. Hi. Yeah. Yeah. Kapow. Hero incoming.
Hero incoming. No. No. Yeah, chat. Today we're going to talk about the potential Mona buffs. And we're also going to talk about predictions for the buffs, both for Mona and for potential other buff targets from the Hexen Circle. Because I kind of expect them to buff more than one. We only have confirmation for Mona, but Mona is buffed. Mona... There was a leak yesterday that Mona is going to get a buff. That Mona buff is probably just to fix the C1. I'm going to be so for real with you. I don't think they'll ever fix C1. I think it's more likely they just straight up buff her ass than they actually fix the C1. What is Flint's doing here? That is a good question. What is Flint's doing here? Hi, Flint's. Night balls. Damn, bro. He's so much taller than Varessa.
You still.
I
have
guess
a
that's
special place in my
one
heart.
metric in which he's better than Varessa. Height. Why does Nick like him if he's tall? I don't get it. Edgy, yeah. I guess that is the guy whose favorite character from Hunter x Hunter is Hisoka. That's a good point. Nah, you're right. You're right. Is this a local legend? That looks like a local legend. It's not? It really looks like it is, man. What the fuck is bro doing here? Future boss? Placeholder for never boss? I see. That makes sense, actually. Oh, that's where the Frost Knight Hero is gonna be? I see.
Burn it down. On my pyroclastic surge. Incinerate.
Oh, we got a Berserker's Rose. Chat! Why do this crab's eyes look like ticks?
What? Yeah, look out below. Final warning. Faster, stronger. Light of the blazing sun. Hi. Yeah.
Yeah! Sorry. What Maui combo are you using? CD. CD what? CD's nuts?
Drop your weapons.
I didn't hold you.
Quick as a flash. Rise with
The world punished me for what I just said by not allowing my shoulders to hold E. That's reasonable, actually.
Yeah. It's justice o'clock. Headbutt.
Ooh, we got a 4-star instructor piece. Holy. Yeah, what if it's a good instructor piece? It's not. Four again.
Add Astra. Thank you for complete. Add Astra.
Periodic Bakunawa quest reminder. I'll do it eventually, probably.
Add Astra.
You know, I should fucking go get this last one.
Hurry up, Brassa. Here I go.
The light will never strike them down.
Oopsie. I don't want to talk about it.
I can see 'em. Controlled breathing. Start pyroclastic surge.
Where the fuck is
Full
bro?
throttle. Justice o'clock.
Fuck!
Purge the darkness.
There was nothing I could do there. He started the attack when I was in the air, man. That's just cooked.
The light will never die.
Boost. Look out below. Light it up. Final warning. On my wrath from the skies.
I stand against the long night and purge the darkness.
It's justice o'clock. Headbutt. Hero incoming. Yeah. Oof. It's justice o'clock. Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons. Faster. Stronger. Light of the blazing
I got
sun.
hit by that?
Yeah. Heads up. Charge. Yeah. Oof. Final warning. Controlled breathing. Start the pyroclastic surge. Try and stop. Charge. Yeah. Yeah. Hero in.
No! Don't!
Yeah. Oof.
Stop auto-targeting!
Yeah. You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Quick as a flash. On wrath from the skies.
Starlight, dispel the dark.
Yeah. Look out below.
Whatever.
Justice o'clock.
Give me the medal. Get me out. Hmm. Alright. Let's go on the other account. So, okay. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I guess we just fucking... No, we start with artifact, as usual. Artifact. We get a good Flynn's artifact, surely. Surely. Surely.
Installation. No claw. Animal test 6301.
Be silent. Observe. Do you fear the dark?
God, do you fear the dark?
Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark?
God, do you fear the dark? Maybe you should fear the dark, because what the fuck is going on here? Eh.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Ultimatum protocol. Kerplunk! Look!
Kerplunk.
Absorption test. And
Observe. Night falls.
Night balls.
Be silent. Close your eyes.
Night balls. Night balls. Night balls. Night balls. Wasn't the flower good though? My flower is my only good piece right now, so it wasn't good enough.
Rise with a controlled breathing. Let everybody stand, but no, my sword. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate.
Alright, now we can go to Flynn's. Now that we've killed the electro-immune enemy. Do you think Flynn's rotation will be longer with Columbina as she has a 5-star animation burst? Oh, maybe. Flynn's rotations have wiggle room though, so maybe not, honestly. Generally, it's more about the cooldowns than it is about the animation time for Flynn's.
Night falls.
Night balls.
Observe. Close your eyes. Do you fear the
Close
dark?
your eyes. Fear the dark. Night balls. Personally, big fan of daily. Okay, chat. Am I a Grinch? I feel like those like daily account and like timely like they're not actually very funny in my opinion. Am I just a Grinch?
Silent. Close your eyes. To dust. Observe. Do you fear the dark?
Yes. I'm sorry. I feel like they have overstayed their welcome. That felt slower than just walking. Wow, this idol character sucks ass.
Go claw. Cleanup sequence initiated. Ultimatum protocol.
Yeah, like it was kind of funny for the first few, but like the joke kind of gets old, man.
Do you fear the dark? To dust.
Yeah, fuck it. Is that enough for level 70? It is. Nice. Just barely. Alright. I might as well wait until I get one of these from exploration.
Thank you for Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Okay. Let's claim our 5 wishes. Pog. And then Then I don't want to do this today. I guess it's all out now. Like, could, but meh. I think we'll just talk about the buffs. Like, potential buffs. Do we know anything about the buffs? Not really. But I want to talk about, like, the possible buffs we could get. I still don't believe they're buffing standard units. I don't think they're buffing standard units, but I do believe they're gonna buff Hex and Circle units. Like, I think that sounds like a very Hoyo thing to do. How is Mona Hexen Circle? Yeah, how is the apprentice of a Hexen Circle member related to the Hexen Circle? That's so far-fetched and stupid. Gee, I wonder. Nepo baby? You guys need to understand that the concept of a Nepo baby is like it kind of hinges upon the Nepo baby being in their position for no legitimate reason. Like, it's not like Mona is related to the Hexen Circle because she's the apprentice. Well, like, kind of, but like, she's not the apprentice out of some form of nepotism. She just became the apprentice, and now she's the apprentice. Do you think like any? Whatever. That was rage bait. I fell for it. That was clearly rage bait. Okay. Okay, chat. Let's talk about what Mona does for a minute, right? Like, let's list the things that Mona does, right? 1, application. 2, damage. 3, buff. 4, taunt. 5, weird CA cons, right? Like these are the parts of Mona's kit that like you can talk about, right? So let's talk about them. Her skill. Go back on main so we can actually have Mona.
Time to broaden the horizons again.
Is there a boss that's like really close to a waypoint I can use for this? I guess I can use the chicken. Simon's not that close to the waypoint, but I guess. Bronze Lock does too much damage. You get hit by it twice, you just die. Kind of annoying to use as a testing dummy.
Ruins are all that remain to tell the story of the past.
Anyways. So. Mona's skill. 1. Hydro application. 2. 3. Right? It hits once per second with standard ICD, but the final hit has separate ICD. So you've got 3 applications. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, but the reality is that let me put it on the team real quick. Oh, fuck.
Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate!
You can use Mona's skill to vape up to 4 of the 5 vapeable hits in Mawika's C2D combo.
Full throttle! Let me scry. Wrath from the skies!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. It's still 4 on the N1 CD, but still. You can get up to generally around 4 from this. Used N1 is not just skill at that point. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because the E hits before the burst anyways, so. Anyways. I actually... Oh, how convenient for you. I mean, you want me to just fucking show it to you? Like, sure. Fine. Wow, you're so fucking smart. You noticed that I did the N1, which doesn't fucking matter, because we still vape. Like, wow, congrats, man. Anyways, right now, Mona's application is honestly not that bad. It's like, the speed of it is good, the uptime of it is like, whatever. Right, so it's like, medium length, basically. Her damage is a joke. Right? Because her burst motion value is fairly high, but you can't react it. Right? In order to react it, you need to accept that a different ability will not react. And it's never worth it. Mona's purpose on your team is to enable another character to deal more damage, so reacting her burst means that that other character isn't getting the reaction, and that's pretty much always just worse. So the damage is dog shit. Next is the buff, right? You've got a 60 damage % buff. But this is also something that her constellations work towards, right? Her buff, just in terms of like numbers, is actually pretty good, right? 60 damage percent, and especially with the cons. And honestly, now that we have access to ways of getting cons on characters for the standard characters, just guaranteed in the long term with the selectors, I think it's a lot more relevant. But the fact that the C1 and the C4 do what they do, it's kind of a lot. Like it kind of matters. Just the quantity of the buff is massive. The thing is, the buff doesn't do the same thing for everything because of the way the C1 works, right? Electrocharge damage increase by 15% is nothing, same for Hydro Swirl. But Vaporize and Lunar Charge increase are pretty good. Because 15% EM multiplier on transformative reactions is nothing. But on Vape and Lunar reactions is actually significant. And honestly, like 15 crit rate buff is a lot. Right, like if we take a look at what Citlali provides in a melt team, Citlali with the set provides 40 damage percent. %20 shred. And 24% attack from Hava Plenty DDS. Right? 40 damage percent on Mawika, right? She's at 46.6 from Goblet, 30 from Serpent Spine, 15 from Bennett C6, 40 from her own buff, 15 from Obsidian Codex, what else we got? Maybe just something like that. Alright, so it's about a 16% damage increase. The shred goes from 1.13 to 1.23. Actually, let's remove that for now. The attack percent on Mawika, look at like 900 base. What else we got? We got Power Resonance, Noblesse, substats, 30% from Ascension passive, and then 350, 1,000, 810. Alright, so if you consolidate the buffs Citlali gives, right? It's not that big. Citlali is increasing your damage by about 33%. if you look at what Mona would do, right? Damage would be 60%. There's no shred. You'd still have the attack percent if you wanted it. We would have EM multiplier instead. 15. Your EM multiplier would be 25 divided by 9 times EM, which would be like around 300, divided by 1701 plus 1. We get 15%. Okay. But we'd also have the crit, 30 CV, 28.4, 27.6 times 2, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. 80 from Codex. That's the crit. Minus 1. That's the crit multiplier. If we add 30 CV, and we consolidate all these buffs, the amount of value that Mona is providing with her buffs is almost double what Zitlali gives. Oh yeah, we also have Noblesse, that's true. We need a set bonus. Because we included this the Cinder City set bonus for Zitlali, so we need to include a set bonus for this as well. Okay. So it's basically double what Mona provides. Or sorry, what Zitlali provides in terms of buffs. In exchange for that, obviously, it's Vape instead of Mel. So in practice, it's less. But the point I'm making is, if it wasn't for the uptime, like, just in terms of quantity, Mona provides a lot. But she's got a bunch of practical problems. One, obviously, the uptime. But two, and something that I think it's probably the most annoying part, is the energy. Unironically, I think that you could, like, basically just straight up fix Mona and make her a pretty decent unit with two fairly small changes. One, Mona's skill generates its particles on the final hit when it explodes.
Delve into destiny.
But you're not on her when that happens. Which means she doesn't catch her own particles, which significantly increases her ER requirements. Because her particle generation isn't that good to begin with, that kind of gimps her. If you just made it so that she generated her energy when you cast the skill instead of when it explodes. Right? So right now, it's 0, 3, 0. If you were to play her in a Mawika team, right, you'd have 5 from Mawika, 2 from Bennett, 4 from Yansan. Clear particles, you'd have 1 Fav. Yeah, cool. Energy. Cost, ER. Right, and her ER requirements here are fucking 330%. That's cooked as hell, and it just doesn't work. But if you just generated her particles on cast instead of on explosion, her ER requirements will go down to around 280. And this is actually reachable. It's still not ideal. I think in a perfect world, you would change the 3 to 4 particles to a reliable 4 particle as well. And this is honestly pretty chill to reach. Keep in mind, Mona has an ER ascension. She gets 32 ER baseline. With Ascends, it's another 50, so she's starting at 180. 240 is 15 per artifact, which is achievable. So that's the first change I'd make. The second change I'd make is just increase the omen duration. I don't think the omen duration needs to be that high, and I don't think the application needs to change either. I think it's fine for Mona to be more focused around short uptime carries. The problem is that it's not just short uptime carries. It's like you actually just have like 2 seconds of uptime. Because your omen pops during your setup. Even if you swap from Mona to your carry, Mona's skill pops her omen, and then you have like 3 seconds of omen uptime on your carry. I would change his duration from 5 to 9 seconds. And I think just these 2 changes would be enough to, like, bring Mona back. She still wouldn't be great, but I don't think they're ever going to intend on making a standard character that great. But it'd be a lot easier to work with her.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
So true, Mamika, you tell him. Valiant Chronicle rewards. Bet. Bet.
Add Astra.
Holy. But yeah, chat, what if we made a video talking about all the Hexen Circle characters and what sort of buffs I'd like to see on them? Would that be fun? That could be fun, right? What are all the characters that are at least somewhat related to the Hexen Circle? Alright, there's Klee. Yeah, there's Albedo. Venti. I guess, yeah. Mona, of course. Kirara somehow, yeah. True. Dory, my goat. Fuck it, let's include Dory, why not? Lisa too, yeah. Wait, is Lisa related to the Hexen Circle? Like, she's a witch, but a different kind of witch, you know? She's just got a big hat. She refused to join them, I see. Well, that is somewhat related, then. Like, sure. Wanderer, because he's also got a big hat. So true. Skirk, too. I don't think they're gonna buff Skirk. Navia? Sure, sure. Milani? Why? Nilo? Wait, really? Albedo and Kirara don't have hats, exclude them? I mean, Kirara has a hat in her skin, and Albedo should wear a hat to hide his ugly ass haircut. So I think they're related to hats enough to be included. So true. Albedo is the son of a Hexen Circle member. He's a Nepo baby. Albedo is actually kind of the son of two Hexen Circle members. So maybe he's gonna get two buffs. Yo! But yeah. Chat, the reason I'm actually kind of excited for Mona buffs. Because I feel like there's so much room for Mona to get relevant buffs that don't actually make her stronger. Like, right now, Mona's best teams are freeze teams. But honestly, the buffs that I talked about, right, of making her generate particles on cast and increasing omen duration, don't actually matter to freeze teams that much. If it's a buff, it's by definition makes her stronger. Yeah, but like, if the only teams that get improved are teams that don't currently want Mona, and teams where after the buff, Mona still wouldn't be better than the other options, it doesn't actually change how powerful she is. I feel like you're just a fucking rage baiter, man. Every message you send is like such rage bait. Why would they buff her over other standard characters? I'm not the one fucking deciding who they buff. They decided they want to do buffs because of lore reasons. I can't fucking change that just because I'm getting angry. Like, I'm not sure what you want me to say. But I think Mona buffs is very believable. After the fucking Durin leaks we got, I think Mona buffs is very believable. Like if they make being a Hexen Circle member actually a relevant thing, I think it's very believable that they'll buff some of the old Hexen Circle characters. I don't really want to make this into a video though, honestly. What if Varka has the same thing but for the Knights of Favonius members? Oh god. I don't like that I can see that happening. Especially because Jean has Animo Shred in her kit. Oh no. Oh no. No 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 no. No 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 no. Stop. Stop. Ah, shit. Alright, Bennett, it's time for you to go fucking enroll in the Knights, buddy. Get to work. Bennett, get a fucking job. So true. Okay. Let's separate them in a few categories. Numbers buff. Clunk fix. Are there any other buffs I could really see happening? Both? Yeah. Or just new stuff. Yeah. New stuff and nothing. I'll sort these based on what I think is the most likely for them to do. So first, let's get these two out of the way. They're not gonna get fucking changes. Not yet. Not yet either. All right. Out of these, I think the character that's the least likely to get a buff is probably Kirara. Because Kirara doesn't really have any, like, glaring issues in her kit. And she's the only character here that doesn't. So, yeah. Alright. Yeah. I don't think they need to do anything for Mona other than fixing the clunk. Iteration. It's something I talked about earlier. I don't actually think it's a good idea to change iteration. I think iteration isn't a problem right now. Like, I don't think it's bad for there to be a character that's focused around shorter uptime. The problem is that even on shorter uptime, the Omen doesn't fucking work. Like, maybe instead of just increasing the duration, you could make it so that only the active characters' hits can pop the Omen. That would effectively be a 2-second duration buff. Without changing any of the numbers. Yeah, kind of like that, actually. Yeah, it would be a really big buff from Walani specifically. Actually, no, it wouldn't. Because if you do Walani and you try to do this shit, your Chomp vapes, and then your Omen pops, and you apply 2U Hydro on the enemy, and then you're not vaping your next Chomp, buddy. I guess you'd be fine as long as you use Llama or another Dendro. Maybe then. I could see it. That could be pretty interesting. Anyways. Milani, try not to overcap on crit rate challenge. True. Oh well. Okay, Klee. I'm gonna be honest. I think the most likely thing that I could see for Klee is just straight up numbers buffs. Fixing her clunk wouldn't fix Klee. And I mean, they could just give her new stuff, but it's not like her kit is like missing anything other than just numbers. Off-field pyro, but why? Why do you want Klee to do off-field pyro? Like, yeah, sure. If you let the character do more things, they'll be better, of course. But like, why does Klee need to be the character to do that? We have pyro carries that have the ability to do some off-field pyro already. I don't know. I think I don't really like the idea of Klee as an off-field pyro, honestly. I feel like her kid is so clearly focused on just... I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like, right now, her kid is so focused on just her field time. She doesn't have a single thing that isn't focused on her staying on field. And, like, sure, you could give her on field, but then you'd make her an entirely new unit. But, like, why does that need to be Klee? So it's about reducing skill cooldown. Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the things they could do. Reducing skill cooldown to just straight up 10 seconds, so you just get 2 per rotation instead of just 2 on the first rotation. But that's more clunk fixing than actual numbers buffs. I straight up just think the ult should do more damage. Charge attack takes a lot of stamina, maybe reducing that? No, I don't think so. This is a great passive. Maybe add the burst as one of the possible triggers for it or something, but like, I think this is a good passive. Right? This passive is just really interesting. Stamina management is boring when it's tied to RNG. It's not boring, you just suck. I suck too, don't get me wrong. But things that force you to be more dynamic in your gameplay, I think are good. I think it makes a lot of sense for Klee to be one of those characters that has gameplay that changes based on the situation. If anything, just instead of the charge attacks restoring energy, just make them do way more fucking damage, but only if you have this. Like, 50% isn't enough. Just make this shit way bigger. And have her combos become all about generating the spark as quickly as possible. And then using it as soon as you get it. Like, maybe add the burst as one of the things that can trigger this. Reduce the chance to like 20%. Add a more obvious visual effect when it happens, and change this 50 to like 400. And then her gameplay becomes all about using combos that rather than maximizing damage, maximize spark generation, and then reactively use your spark as soon as you get it. And it adds a lot of like skill expression to a to the character. Right now, Klee already has a skill expression, but it's kind of boring the way it's done. The buff won't be game changing. Well, 400% is a lot, man. like even if they don't add it to the burst, right? Add the burst as one of the triggering conditions for this. reducing the odds of this and increasing the damage of it, I think, is a great way of making of bringing Klee back in a way that makes her feel different from other characters. But like, imagine how cool it would be for Klee's combos to be about maximizing, like, doing a combo that gets a spark as quickly as possible. Thanks for the 38 months, Pog. Right? Getting your spark as quickly as possible, but then because your charge attack does so much damage, ideally you want to react it. But your combos that generate spark faster have too much pyro app, so they prevent you from reacting. So you have to either choose between the two or incorporate really min-maxed gameplay that swaps out of Klee to go refresh your aura, like your cryo aura or whatever, but only when you get this. Like, that would be so cool. That would be so fucking cool. Right? And it doesn't really change any of her kit's mechanics. It just makes them more relevant. And it also keeps her identity as a character that has combo maximization and skill expression. I just think it'd be cool, man. Like, Klee has so many parts of her kit that are interesting, but because they don't do any fucking damage, it doesn't matter. Any buff you do to Klee as a dev would be to get like 1.0 to 3.0 players who drop the game to be able to compete in today's meta. Too much skill oppression might be problematic for those types of people. But like, Klee is already a character that fucking completely sucks ass if you're not really good at the game. She's not even that good if you are, but like, it wouldn't really change anything. If anything, it would still be a buff for them. Because they already don't do the min-max combos, and if you didn't min-max combos, but they, like, this passive was changed to happen less often but do more damage when it does, and the visual effect for when it happens was more obvious, it would make it easier for a casual player to do that as well. Like, it would work in that aspect as well. Anyways, I think Klee should just get a numbers buff. Next is Albedo. Alright, chat. So many people over the years have talked about, oh, Albedo C2 should be part of his base kit. Wrong. Wrong. You're wrong. I don't think Albedo's burst should be something you want to use in every team. I like the aspect of Albedo where the main incentive to use his burst is for the EM buff, not for the damage. If they're gonna add any scaling to the burst, I'd like to see an EM scaling. But I think it's kind of, it might be a little too weird for them to add EM scaling to a Geo character. But maybe not, because honestly, like, If Albedo was an EM scaler on the burst, his skill would be useful as a way to generate shields. And in a team where you don't want to use the burst, you'd build him defense and just have him do the defense scaling damage instead. Are fully M crystallized shields strong? They're not that strong, but because they're elemental shields, if they're like to the corresponding element, they're really good. Like a crystallized shield against Tulpa is pretty powerful. Let's go show it. Albedo, where are you? Let's get you some Gilded Dreams artifact. Yeah. 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 I guess we can have Zhongli as well, right? Just to show the no. I'll just put Singto. I'm not gonna use his skill when I show the damage. But I guess I also want to show it against other enemies.
Justice will prevail. Quick as a flash. Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate. Incinerate. Charge. Yeah. Oof. Charge. Start the.
What am I doing? It's fucking basically immune to pyro.
Hero incoming. Oof. Charge.
Alright. So
Burst forth.
oh, am I getting fucking electro shields? There we go, we got a Hydro one. Yeah, we're gonna be getting electro shields a little, but that's an electro shield. It's getting broken. Just barely gets broken by an attack because it's an electro one. Right? No damage from... Oops. Yeah. No damage from that fucking attack.
Coming to be.
Right, we're getting hit by every single attack. From a buffed Tulpa. And we're not dying. Like, yeah, the crystallized shields aren't that big, but when they're to the corresponding element, they're more than big enough on a fully Geo character. Yeah, and it refreshes exactly. Anyways, I would like to see some more sort of EM synergy with Albedo's kit. I think he should be on the new stuff category. Venti. Okay, chat, I'm gonna be fully honest, okay? I think it's completely fine for Venti not to, like, completely come back in the meta, but there is one thing about Venti I would like to see changed. And it's this fucking stupid-ass Storm Eye passive, okay? Just make it restore 15 energy to the full team, okay? Just make it say the whole team. Okay? Just make it say the whole team. Just make it say the whole fucking team. That's it. Or, instead of it being absorption, have it be any element involved in a swirl reaction that happened during the burst. Right? So if you do it on an electrocharge enemy, you don't just get Hydro refund. You get Hydro and Electro. And Animo. It should be Animo too. And I consider that to just be Clunk fix. Because, like, it doesn't really change what he does. It just makes the parts of his kit actually fucking function. That's it for venting. Yeah, I think that's the only thing he really needs. I think, like, again, just because a character gets a buff doesn't necessarily mean that they should become the new fucking best character in the game. Right? Like, Venti's purpose as a character is to be for, like, groupable content, basically. And this passive's purpose is to make him not completely worthless outside of groupable content. Because in groupable content, enemies die very quickly because they don't tend to be that tanky, so they drop a lot of energy particles. So this energy doesn't actually help you. Right? This energy only really tends to be helpful in non-groupable content. That's what this part of his kit is, like, intended to do. It's intended to bridge the gap of his performance between groupable content and non-groupable content. The problem is that it kind of just sometimes doesn't fucking work. His burst auto-aim is awe? I don't think that's true. I know people complain a lot about Venti's burst auto-aim, but it works the exact same way as every other auto-targeted ability in the game, and it's really easy to manipulate. He always aims at the closest enemy. So position yourself based on the closest enemy. His burst just needs to be lower to the ground. No, I don't think it does. I think it's fine for Venti to bring some enemies out of range of some of your carry's damage. Right, like, again, ask yourself, why do you want that to happen? It's because you want Venti to be usable everywhere. But I think it's completely fine for his identity as a unit to be, like, heavily focused on one thing. It'd be nice if we could hold Q to aim. I guess. I don't think that's necessary. But, like, sure. But you could do that for any character in the game. Give him a different debuff against non-suckable boss. But, like, that's what this part of his kit is doing. Right? Like, that's what I was saying earlier. Against groupable enemies, you kill more enemies, so you get more HP drops. So you get more energy, so if you build your team's ER based on your basic ER requirements, you'll generate too much energy. So this passive won't be helpful anymore. This passive is only helpful in content that Venti isn't that great against. Would you make him refund more or keep it at 15? I don't think it needs to be more. 15 energy is good. The problem isn't the numbers on this 15, it's the reliability of it. Like, if a character has a 60 burst cost, right? And their energy recharge requirements are 140%. If you were to refund 15 energy, your ER requirements would go down to 105%. Which means that this 15 energy is worth about 35 ER. 35 ER is just, like, stat distribution-wise, a little bit worse than 40 damage percent, which is what Kazuha generally gets, right? But I don't think Venti should be a character that provides a buff that's as good as Kazuha's. Because this buff isn't intended to make him the best character in, like, against bosses. It's intended to bridge the gap between his performance in boss content and non-boss content. It should be weaker, because that's not where his power lies. Just numbers-wise, I think 15 is, like, perfect. If anything, they could make it so that instead of it being 15 flat, it's an amount that scales based on his EM. And that generally ends up being somewhere between 15 and 20, right? Like, Kazuha is 0.04%. They could make it 0.02% on Venti. Right? But if I remember correctly, his grouping doesn't work on some enemies that other groupers do work with. Enemies that have really, really heavy weight don't get affected by, like, suction abilities. But some very heavy enemies are still staggerable. And stagger can push enemies in a direction. So, like, Geovishaps, for example, are very easy to stagger, but they're really heavy, so suction abilities don't make them move too much. Maybe they could make it so that Venti Burst has an instance of an inward stagger at the beginning. I don't think it's necessary. Anyways. I think that all Venti needs is that passive to work on it basically have his energy refund passive work like the shred on Chilonen. Where it just shreds the elements you have on your team and like plus Geo, like it shreds the crystallizable elements on your team plus Geo. Venti's energy refund passive should refund all the swirlable elements on your team plus Animo. Cause like buffs wise, it's literally the only part of his kit that does something. And it just feels like ass that sometimes it just doesn't work. And sometimes you can't make it work. Like that's the thing, right? For the thing with Kazuha, in an Electro Charge team, you can swirl both Hydro and Electro, so you get the buff to both. But this is not about what you swirl, it's about what you absorb, and you can only absorb one element. And it's decided by priority, so in an Electro Charge team, you're just fucking cooked. You will absorb Hydro, and there's nothing you can do about it. Other than, like, intentionally not applying Hydro at the start, which is just bad. It's very bad. Anyways, finally Wanderer. Yeah. Wanderer's a bit cooked, man. The thing is, Wanderer has an interesting part of his kit that's basically the same thing as Klee, right? Like this thing. And it is kind of cool. I think that if I were asked to buff Wanderer in a way that would make him fun to play for me, I would make this, instead of 35, be like 200. And then Wanderer gameplay would be about spamming normal attacks to maximize how many times you can proc this, and then reactively dashing as soon as you proc it. Isn't it C1? C1 brings it to 60. Like, right now, this part of his kit is basically not a way to increase your damage. It's a way to make it so that dashing to dodge an incoming attack is not a DPS loss. Right? So, you don't really do attacks to maximize how often you proc this. You just use this effect as a way to not lose your Kugoryoku points from doing a dash during his uptime, right? I think there's basically 3 ways you could go about buffing Wanderer, right? Either 1, you change the numbers on this so that you incorporate it as a part of his optimal combos. make his gameplay dynamic, where the optimal combo will depend based on RNG, right? You want to dash as soon as you get this, but when you get this depends on RNG. So you can't just be going at it with like a preset combo. You have to adapt your combo to your dice rolls, basically. That's the first thing. The second thing they could do is just make the numbers way bigger. But that'd be a little boring. The third thing they could do is they could make it so that when he has this available, his attacks do more damage, so you get rewarded for not dashing. He already feels like ass to play without a shielder, so this would just like focus a bit more onto that. But like, make it so that when he has this available, his attacks do like, they need to do a lot more for him not to suck. Just like straight up a 50% true multiplier. You just get like a second instance of his skill activated or some shit. Wouldn't that kill his C1? No. Like, the main thing that C1 does is the attack speed. Have you seen this? I'm in, now what? Nice. But honestly, like, I also would change the C1. Right? Like, okay. Give Wanderer the following two changes. C0 change to this passive that adds damage to his normal attacks when he has the passive available, right? If you look at the GC Sim Wanderer stuff, and we skip past the wheelchair, that's pretty funny. That's C6 Wanderer, by the way. That's so funny. Oh god. Personal stats sim. Okay. That's wheelchair. Okay. Like, this is the first real Wanderer team. Wanderer does most of the team's damage. So, yeah, the combo they're doing is they do 3 autos. No, they do 2 autos. Then, if the dash is available, they dash. If it's not available, they charge attack. So it's alternating N2C and N2D, right? If I were to just remove the D, it was down by like 5k, but it's not that big of a loss. Right? And make it so that when the D is available and you decide not to do it, right? Because right now his attacks do 126.2, 119.4. 87.5 times 2 times 153.7. Why are you like this? Okay. Maybe just straight up make it so that each attack fucking hits that shit. So plus 140 motion value on each attack. Which would be a 65% DPS increase. Which would bring this team 50k. Alright, it would gain, what, 32k DPS? It'd still be below 100k, but it would be, like, between 90 and 100k. I don't think they'd buff Wanderer that much, though. So maybe, like, 70% instead. 32% more damage. That's, what, 15k? 16k? More? Would bring his team to, like, 80k? I think that's pretty... I could definitely see that, honestly. Right? Just make it so that when the passive is available, each attack fires off 2 wind arrows. And that also buffs the C1, because the C1 buffs the damage of each wind arrow, right? So at C1, instead of plus 70, it would be plus 120. So this plus 50%. I fucking... Right? So like an additional 17% damage increase to this stuff would make his C1 actually pretty good. But I guess it kind of makes his C2 worse, because if you just increase the damage of his attacks, it makes using his burst less valuable. Yeah. I think Wanderer wants new stuff. Because, like, just a strict numbers buff would need to be so big to actually matter. I just don't really see that happening. I think it would also make his C6 a lot better, because this could proc the passive as well, right? Anyways. I think that could be really cool. Anyways, let's go do a little bit of murdering.
stronger. Drop your weapons.
Oh.
Hi. Yeah! Hurry up, Brassa.
All right. Five. Oh. Will you make an Azadef Farina next batch? I can sense the war. Yeah, I probably will. Hmm. Should we review shitpost tier lists on Twitter? Yeah, I've seen so many lately, and they're really funny. But like, I don't know how to find them. I guess if I look up Genshin tier list. This is from 2023. Why is this showing up? Sort by latest. Hmm. Chad, I can't find any of the funny ones. GG. There were some really funny ones, man. Alright, whatever. I give up. That's enough spoke. Got one from OK Ziox. Oh boy. Genshin Impact meta tier list based on overall strength of the character. Bro, that's a fucking fraud right there. Fraud alert! Wait, what? Why can I not? Why are you decapitating Bennett, man? Whatever. Fraud alert! Fraud alert! Okay. Chat, you guys wanna hear my honest thought on Farina? I think right now you could make an argument for her to be here because, like, she's like technically best in slot for people who don't have C6 I know in lunar teams, both for Flynn's and for Nefer. And it's just straight up because you don't have to swap her to her every rotation. This one? Oh yeah, that was one of the funny ones, I think. Yeah. Rent is due, so here's a support tier list. Is actually good. Inefa, Sitlali, Lama, Isgavier. You're on thin ice, Farina. Oli best install for bad characters. Shanyun, Shilonen, Yalon, Kazuha. See, Farina isn't on thin ice. She's just on water. But the skill duration is about to expire. It's like you're trying to walk on water to explore with Farina, but you have the slowing waters debuff applied to you, so your skill cooldown instead of 20 seconds is 50 seconds, and the skill duration is 30, so you're a little cooked. You know? Like that's what's going on right now. But yeah, it feels so weird to say that Farina is a good character for Flynn's teams, cause like she's not. Like she's usable, but it's like it doesn't feel good. Like being a minor upgrade to Barbara just it's not, it doesn't inspire confidence. Right? And like, is she technically the best option for people who don't have Ino? Sure. But she feels like ass, because permanent 50% HP. And most people don't play well enough. On every video you said C6 Diona with instructor is bad, but why not just Serenade on Diona and instructor on Ino? You won't have good Serenade uptime with Diona without her burst, and you can't burst every rotation unless you slow down your rotations to 20 seconds, which is cooked. And you really want good Serenade uptime. Why is Farina on thin ice? She's clearly best in slot for Skirk and Nevilet. Lolly 2 is similar to that now. Skirk is kind of weird, because, like, yeah, Farina is part of Skirk's best team, but she's not the only part of Skirk's best team. And losing Farina isn't as big of a gimp as losing Escoffier. Right? So, like, if they're both part of the team, and one of them is doing a lot more for the team than the other, is it fair to put both of them on the same level? I don't know. What's up, Arnold? Yeah, also, how long do you think Farina's gonna stay best in slot in Nevilat teams? I don't know. I don't know. Does it make her bad if she's not best in slot in the most meta teams? I mean, do you think these characters are bad? No. Anyways. Okay. I think there's a few things that are like not perfect here, but there's also a few like actual wild takes. Like Chevalers and Sucrose on the same tier as like Albedo, Lila, Dea, Yao Yao, Yume Glorp Glorp. Something is deeply wrong here. I don't understand why we're acting like we're a psychic and Columbina's going to murder Farina because Farina is not good with Lunar because she's a fraud when she's good for Skirk and Lunar isn't the only thing in the fucking game. It's so annoying. But like, that's what I'm saying, right? Is she good for Skirk? Sure. But Skirk is pretty much the only currently like very good carry that like actively wants Farina. And Skirk actively wants more than just Farina, and Farina's not the most important part of a Skirk team. Bro, okay, imagine Columbina becomes a part of Skirk's best in slot team as the fourth slot, and Farina becomes the worst unit in a Skirk team. Dude, I'm so ready. I'm so ready. I mean, to be fair, when you play Skirk's technical best team, which is with Seat Lolly, she already is the worst unit in that team. Feels like you're rage baiting about Farina and ignoring how valuable she is for so many teams in the game. But like, that's the thing Farina isn't valuable for so many teams in the game. Or rather, Farina's value right now is only something that matters to carries that kind of suck and Skirk. Nevilet sucks, he said it, true. It's not like I'm saying Farina's bad. But I definitely think that putting her in the highest tier with only Ben and Malika above Escoffier, above Citlali, above Skirk, I think that's cope. You think Malika belongs on the very top? I don't know. I feel like the I think at this point I probably do think she does. $160k team C0 with new combo, that's fake. The combo isn't real. That new combo, one, it's not actually the new combo that gives the 160k. It's the 5 melt Citlali setup, which we knew about already, and which is not something that is realistic. The 5 melt Citlali setup is basically RNG as fuck. Because the way that the 5 melt Citlali setup works is you need the Spirit Skull vessel to explode after your Mawika hit, but by default, the timer for the Spirit Skull vessel to explode after you Citlali burst is shorter than Mawika's burst animation. So in order for it to happen, you need to either have really long travel time on Citlali's burst, or have some weird clunky hitbox bullshit that happens with the enemy, where the Spirit Skull vessel doesn't register the enemy as being there yet, so it slightly delays it. Basically, it's not real. But even putting that aside, how real is Kirk 2 and 2D and 3W? It's not. I'm actually kind of curious. If you make a real Kirk combo, what the GC sims for the optimal team are at. I'm gonna not bother with the first rotation bullshit. Honestly, first of all, remove this first rotation cheating. That can't happen in Siege and Onslaught. Oh, we got a problem here. Right. Need to remove this as well. Nope. There we go. Ooh. That's a bit of a problem. We're gonna cheat a little here, just to make sure that we're not running into ER issues. But it shouldn't actually matter. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't change too much. Okay. So there's that. Then we need to remove Lizard Sprayer because it's fake as fuck. Might as well say Hunter instead. Huh? Yeah, whatever. Isn't scroll fake? Not really. You can make the scroll work. And then we need to change the combo to something that's actually real. Attack 5 dash. No. Burst. Attack 5 dash. Actually, active Skirk. Skirk skill. Oh, Skirk. Okay. Attack 5 dash. Oops. Attack 5 dash. Attack 3. Charge. But here we might be running into a problem, so let me just make sure we aren't. We're gonna skip to the second, actually, the end of the first rotation. Where is the Serpent Subtlety count? Yeah, the charge here. I believe is not getting the thing properly. Which means that when we swap back to Skirk next rotation, yeah, we don't have Serpent Subtlety. Wait, what? Oh, I'm an idiot. How do you make Skirk hold E? Skill bracket hold equal 1. Skill bracket hold equal 1. There you go. That'll fix the first rotation, but it won't fix the next one. So let's take a look at this now. Yeah, it drains Serpent Subtlety here. I wanted to drain it a little later. So we're gonna need to delay. Let me look at the Moika sim. wait, not delay. Wait. No, it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Hmm? Oh, I see. Delay should work too. We still have a problem here. We need to delay more. Draining, okay. Config, delay 20. Still a problem. Draining. Oh. Maybe I just do fucking N4 instead, like whatever. What the? Okay, so this is working. And then I guess we can probably remove the weight. Nah, we kinda can't. Otherwise we're lying. We're making like fake ass execution. Or maybe I just delay by like 40 and do 3 attacks instead. That might be a bit cooked though. Draining. Oops. We need to wait 0.05 more seconds. 45. Yeah. This is more or less it. We could also just do like shorter rotations, I guess. Right, this has this value at 6.5. 28. Meh. Nah, whatever. This is good enough, honestly. Is the 152k DPS Kirk team real? No. Like, the team is real, the DPS is not. Yeah, maybe I could just copy-paste another more realistic Kirk combo instead of doing my own. Right? Like, this is just N5D. No, because this is not a real combo you can actually do in practice. It's like, none of these are real, man. Like, these are frame perfect cancels. Like, it's not happening, you know? Eh, whatever. Are there even any, like, actual real sims for Skirk that don't just do N2Q, then fucking fake-ass bullshit for the rest? Yeah. It is what it is. I don't think so. They're all doing those fake combos. Are they getting 4 full N5s and then 3 full N2s? Like, you're not doing that in practice. Can you explain why the rotation doesn't work? It's not that it doesn't work. It's that getting all of those attacks out within the skill up time requires frame perfect gameplay. And you're not playing frame perfect, and I'm not playing frame perfect. And like, characters get affected differently by suboptimal combos and cancels, but characters that are gated more by cooldowns and by cancels tend to not get nerfed as much. And so comparing like frame perfect skirt combo to a Mawika combo that has a lot of wiggle room, for example, is yeah. I do 4 and 5s, 2 and 2s. Even if you do that, you're probably taking longer to do that than they take to do the 3 and 2s, which means you're losing like 1 second of like additional animation time and shit. So your rotations are also slower. Right, because they swamp off as soon as they've sent the input for the last attack. You probably don't do that. Because you're not a sim, you're not sure that you can't do another attack. So you send the next attack and you see that it's physical and you're like, oh, okay, we're done. We swap off and we start over. Right? Yeah, I think Skirk is like probably the character that's inflated the most on DC Sim. Lenny's not as inflated, honestly, in my opinion. Because, like, the thing about Lenny is, like, it's easy to tell whether or not you did your stuff right. With Skirk, you'll feel like you did everything right, but you'll just be missing 3 attacks because you were, like, 2 frames late on each cancel. Just 4 and 5D with strict 20-second rotations. Yeah, more or less. I do something slightly different for my Skirk rotation assumptions, generally. I do Skirk 4 and 5s and then plus 1 and 3C. And then depending on animation length on supports, that leads to either 20 or 21-second rotations. But like... What the heck is this Cliffy? Is he not exalted? That's crazy. Or is she? I don't see her here. Oh, she's here. Right. Let me get my particles so I can start on a real rotation.
A little shower me with praise. I can't handle the heat.
Bro, please fucking... Okay, whatever. But yeah, so what I usually do for my stuff is... I'll start at 30.
Let my name echo in song. The taste is
I hate this game.
right.
I'll start at 40 this time. I'll start at 40.
A little amuse-bouche. At first, shower me with show no mercy. Extinguished.
Right, N5Q. N5D. 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 I fucked it up. And then N3C, but I was too slow on my cancels because I was yapping. I'm gonna not yap this time. I'll wait until after the next attack to start, because I know he's gonna be cringe otherwise. Okay, so start at 34.
A dash of frosting. Goose on the loose.
I fucking okay.
Get to work. Power.
Did I forget to hold E? I did. Fuck.
Off to the freezer. Strike a pose. Mercy.
There we go. So now we're starting with Serpent Subtlety. Alright. Anyways. I'll start at 40.
Time to shine. A dash of frosting. At first,
Oh my fucking
show
god.
no mercy. Power.
And then I get to the next one at like
A little amuse-bouche. Goose on the loose.
18 or something.
Fulfill our pact. Mine to wield. Let the world come alive. A dash of frosting. At first, power.
Yeah, that was bad.
Let my name echo in song. A little amuse-bouche. The pinnacle of get to work. Annihilate. Mine to wield.
But yeah, I finish it with an oops, and fuck, I fucked it up there because I yapped again. N3C and get the C to hit after Serpent Subtlety or after the skill is over. So that we can so that we can get our stuff more reliably in general. It just feels nicer. And you can like swap cancel the charge attack too, which is nice. Whereas your Skirk have a casual 200 EM, she's probably just not on the right build. Yeah. I don't think this is usually what she's supposed to be on, honestly. Anyways. Shouldn't Farina be on Golden Truce or damaging Cryo's phase is a lot better? No. If I was actually trying to clear with this team, which I wasn't, I was just trying to the rotations. I'm pretty sure that damage you get from TOM to the Skirk burst that you can use to like nuke the Eon Blight Drake between like 75 and like 60 or something is more impactful than the Golden Troop on Farina. But I guess they're gonna be pretty similar. Anyways. Someone said earlier that Vars made a Genshin tier list. Should we take a look? Isn't the end ad combo doable? Which combo is that? Is Into Walk worth learning? No. No, it's not. Not specifically one, but he makes example. Well, I'm not fucking watching the video, so just tell me what the combo is, or just or we're moving on. Yeah. The other like straightforward square combo you can do is just 4 and 5s.
A dash of frosting. Strike a pose.
And I honestly don't hate that combo. It's also pretty straightforward. And in most teams, it's kind of just what you should be doing. Cause anyways, but yeah. So we'll start on his next attack. We did it at 27.
Off to the freezer. A burst of flavor.
I fucking swap. Fuck you. Oh no. Oh, we're fine. I fucked that up. We get it at 06/07. 07. And then 46/47. Most people don't do their setup close enough to frame perfect that more Skirk attacks are worth it. Oops.
Let my name echo in song. Goose on the loose. Yoo-hoo! Fulfill our pact. Power.
We missed one at the end. But yeah, I like personally. I'm pretty partial to just 4 and 5s and swap out. Like it's chill. And 5Q and 2D and 5D and 2CD and 5 and 5. Or is it too hard for timing? Bro, you are not getting that. The biggest problem with those combos isn't how difficult they are, it's how much you get punished if you fuck them up. Any combo where the last attack is an N5 means that if you fuck it up a bit, you'll lose your infusion with like on the N5. And you'll lose the N5. And that's so cooked. And it's like, can you get the combo? Sure. But if you try to do that combo consistently, you'll just straight up be doing less DPS than if you were doing a worse combo. because you'll miss that last N5 maybe one out of every other rotation or something, and that's enough to make that combo worse than just the fucking normal attack spam combo. And because the combo ends on an N5, losing one attack is a massive DPS loss. But yeah. Like, it's the sort of stuff that, like, if you don't play the game, or if you play the game way too much that you're willing to reset until you get it, like, perfect gameplay every single time over a 2-minute fight, which is gonna take you like 6 hours, basically, then those combos are better. Or look better. But, like, it's just not a good thing to actually go for. Because, like, in most of these teams, you're doing rotations that are longer than 20 seconds. So, if you're doing stuff frame perfect, or close enough to frame perfect that you would be able to do that combo, swapping off early instead of finishing the combo is DPS neutral. Like, the only teams who are, like, actually going for that combo can be worth it are teams that can, by default, do 20-second rotations with that combo. And most of them can't. Because of support burst animation. Farina burst animation, Escafia burst animation. And then if you're doing Lali, optimal gameplay involves swapping to Farina twice, so that's plus 1 second of setup. So even if you don't burst on her, it's still longer. If you're using any other 5-star character as your last slot, their burst animation is also going to be long as fuck. The only teams that really allow you to do that are like Molani teams, I guess. Alright, like on a Molani team,
Shower me with praise. Off to the freezer. Annihilate. Stop the Strike a pose. Let the world come alive. A dash of frosting. The pinnacle of sword.
if you just do 4N4 or 4N5s, I fucking canceled it too early, but whatever. You swap back to Farina and you have like 1-2 seconds cooldown left on your skill. Okay. Oh, I got fucking cryoed. We're cooked. It doesn't matter because it takes the same amount of time to go through your Serpent Subtlety whether you're doing the proper combos or not. But as you can see, right, we're swapping back to Farina. And there's a few seconds of cooldown left to her skill. So in these teams, it's worth doing combo extensions. Because otherwise, those extra 2 seconds are just lost. But if you're using a character that has a burst animation like Ilan, there's no reason to extend your rotation. Just don't bother with it. Just fucking mash normal attack and you'll be good enough.
Strike a pose. A dash of frosting. Annihilate.
Yeah, or Shenhe as well, yeah. Anyways.
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine. breezer. Goose on the loose.
Mine to wield.
I fucked that up real bad.
Let my name echo. A little amuse-bouche. A burst of carving waves.
I'll use Milani's burst because I don't want to get cryoed on Skirk.
Strike a pose. Time to
But yeah, and that's when you start doing these combos.
thing. Goose on the loose.
Oopsie.
Sword.
Mine to wield.
That just add a little bit of Skirk up time.
Let my name echo. A little amuse-bouche.
But yeah, the point I'm making is like, Skirk combos in theory get pretty dank, but Skirk combos in practice are actually really straightforward. Because it's just not worth doing anything other than just the N5D stuff. And even then, N5D needs pretty decent execution to be a DPS gain over just mash normal attack button. And straight up just mashing normal attack button is generally enough.
Strike a pop. Off to the breezer.
Yeah. Like, even if you're just mashing normal attack,
Distinguished.
Mine to wield.
yeah. You missed it on the last one, but if you just mash normal attack when you start with the combo, right? Something that's like really consistent is just N5D or 4 and 5s into N2C.
Shower me with praise. A dash of frosting.
Right. And 5, even if you don't dash. And 5, 3, 4. I fucked it up. You can do that. You can do either N2 or N3. I guess I'll just do N3 because I kind of can't be bothered. Is it bad to do the charge attack in the middle? Yes and no. If you do the charge attack in the middle, what ends up happening is you're kind of setting yourself up so that the last attack of your string will be an N5. So if you have a slight delay in execution, you lose the biggest hit of your normal attack combo, which kind of feels like shit.
Going.
Whereas if you do a charge attack as a Serpent Subtlety, I'm realizing that you guys can't fucking see it because of the Spotify overlay.
Show no
But
fear.
that charge attack at the end generated Serpent Subtlety. Right? For the next rotation, because the charge attack went off after the thing was over.
A little amuse.
Or after the skill was over. Right?
Annihilate. Mine to wield.
2, 3, 4, 3, and then charge attack. And that sets you up for your next rotation,
To the freezer. Park and wave.
where you do the same thing.
Up first.
Alright, I'm not doing a proper setup right now, but...
Surge.
And 5Q. Second and 5. Third. Fourth, and then 1, 2, 3. Charge attack. And you just keep repeating that. And it's so straightforward. Requires no brain usage for the execution. And it's like 95% of the damage of the optimal combo. But you lose. It's actually more than that. Like if you're comparing to that with that strat, could you do 5 and 5s with dash cancels? I think so. Right? Like if I put it in the sim, we start with a skirk hold, and we don't add any delay. Attack. Five. No, I don't think so. I think even with good dash cancels, it expires too early. Draining. Yeah. It's 0.12 seconds too late. So it can't happen. Would have been funny, yeah, but it is what it is. But you can do 4 if you do it. If you do good dash cancels, you can do 4. And it's a bit shorter, so you've got wiggle room in your rotation. Yeah, the thing is, like, the combo that you were talking about earlier, right? The N2Q, N5D, N5D, N2CD, N5D, N5D, or whatever, right? It was something like that. Chatter. Right, where you did N2Q at the start and then N2CD in the middle, and then outside of that you did 4 N5s. Or N5Q, N2D, N5D, N2CD, N5D, N5... Yeah, so that combo gets 2 N2s and 4 N5s. The combo I'm doing that works even without dash cancels gets 1 N3 and 4 N5s. Alright, so it's 262.6. 236.8. 149.7 times 2. 159.2 times 2. 388.7. Alright. So you do 6, 6, 4, 4, 4. I do 5, 5, 5, 4, 4. Right? So if you get the combo right, you get 3% more damage. But if you fuck it up, it's worse. And it's really difficult to get it reliably, honestly. And the nice thing about this combo is that if you actually want to dash cancel it, you can, and if you do, you can get this instead, which is just better. So it's easier to get, and if you animation cancel them well, this one allows you to get more. Basically, it's not that this combo's bad, it's that it has a high threshold of execution to be better than just fucking mashing, and it's not. It doesn't give you enough of a return to justify that, in my opinion. Anyways. Alright, chat. I'm actually really curious. I want to take a look at this. What happened to Vars's mic, man? What's going on? Bro sounds like he's in a cave. Should we let's just take a look at the finalized one. I'm kind of curious. Oh. Oh boy. Okay, you know what, chat? This is actually not that bad. From the way you guys were talking about it, you made it sound like it would be a lot worse than this is. Your cam is covering? Oh yeah. I'm covering like probably the most egregious part of the list, so I guess that's fair. Tao and Flynn's in the same tier. The thing is, this is a problem that just tier lists can end up struggling with in general. People don't like saying that characters are bad, so a lot of the time when people make tier lists, they end up very top heavy. And like, Hu Tao on the same tier as Versa and Flynn's it's definitely not like very realistic, but also like, if you put the threshold for this tier right below Hu Tao, and the threshold for the next tier right above Veresa, does it make sense for the rest of the units here and like what's here and what's here? And it's not that bad, honestly, right? It's basically just that the range of power in this is too big, and it leads to Hu Tao in the same tier as Veresa, which is not exactly accurate. But like, it's really not that bad. Like, there's a few things that are definitely like a bit out of place, right? Like Kazuha at this point here, I think is not quite accurate. But like, okay, who's the worst character in this tier? that doesn't like clearly belong in a different tier. I guess it's like Grizzly. Baiju, maybe? Like, let's say you put the lower bound of this tier at Risley and the upper bound of this tier as at Verissa, right? I think it's pretty reasonable to have all these characters here. Like, maybe Baiju's a bit of a fraud, but it's not that bad. Like, he works well in Nilo teams. He's fine. A lot of people don't have Kokomi. And, like, Barbara works, but Barbara doesn't feel great to play. Like, I get it. And then you look at what's in here. What's here that's, like, definitely better than Risley? I guess Raiden, but it's because of Raiden Hyperbloom, and when you evaluate Raiden based off of Raiden Hyperbloom, you don't make anyone happy. Because people who don't like Raiden don't think she should be high, and people who like Raiden don't want to play her in Hyperbloom. But like Raiden Al-Hytham maybe, are like the two characters that I think are in this tier that don't really belong here. But like 2 characters that don't belong here is not that bad. And then if you, like, outside of those 2 characters that don't belong here, who's the strongest character here? Probably Zhongli. Who's the weakest character here? Probably Diluc. Are there characters in this tier that should be higher than Diluc? I guess, yeah. I think the Diluc is the sneak, though. It's not that these characters are off, it's that Diluc is a sneak. Mona should be higher. Meh. If Kokomi is an S, then Shenhe should be too. No, I disagree. Because, like, as much as Kokomi's not a great unit, she's actually really versatile right now. Because the current, like, landscape of Hydro units sucking ass for Lunar means that if you want a healer option in your team, and you want it on the Hydro slot, it's not a big DPS loss, and you can just use Kokomi. If anything, I'd say I have more of an issue with Sijun's placement than Kokomi's placement. I think Sijun should be 1 tier higher. Yeah, Sigwinny, my goat. You think considering Diluc with Shannon and a tier list is valid, it feels fake? I mean, yeah, like I said, I think Diluc is a bit of a sneak. But it's kind of weird, because, like, thematically, it makes sense to use Xianyuan in a Diluc team, because Diluc already wants to be played as a pyro carry. And you could argue that it's just that Xianyuan is the best support for Diluc. But it also feels weird, because you don't even use his kit to make him a pyro carry, you don't even burst with him. It's just straight up Bennett doing the thing. Like, you just use him as a conduit for Bennett infusion, not even for his own. and he doesn't have relevant buffs in his own kit. Is Pyro Shao better than Diluc? No. The thing is, like, Pyro Plunge Claymore character is, like, assuming things go right, is actually pretty solid. It's, like, competitive with the, like, early Natlan carries in terms of just DPS. Doesn't Freminate cheat higher than Diluc? He does, yeah. I think so does Elo as well. Yeah. It's a little, yeah. His Gavier sheet's higher too, yeah. That too. His Gavier how? She provides her own cryo, so you can do plunges more reliably, and she just has a bit of damage in her kit already. Also, she can maintain full uptime on this set bonus, because she can actually hit enemies with her skill, unlike Diluc. But yeah, it is what it is, man. I think there's a few things that are off, but this is not nearly as bad as you guys made it out to be. Nice Hu Tao sneak. I don't think Hu Tao is a sneak, honestly. It's just that the range of this tier is pretty big. But she's not the weakest character in this tier, by a long shot. Should make a 5-star tier list, but +1 tier for characters you like, and -1 tier for ones you don't like for rage baiting. So true. So true. What's C1R1 Hu Tao's DPS? If you laugh, you go to hell. I'm actually kind of curious, because Inefa's not on this right here. Is not on this yet, right? What's the highest C1 or 0? This isn't C1 or 0. This is C0 or 0. I guess they don't have good C1 or 0 sims. But like, wheelchair Shania, or wheelchair Hutao is at like 90k. But because you can get C1 now, how many C2Ds should we assume? Does does an N1 CJ take the same amount of time as an N2 CD? I feel like it kind of does, no? Probably not, actually. Oh no, we're energy deficient. GG. I can't be bothered. Let's just look at a C1R1 sim. There is no C1R1 sim with that team. Oh, whatever, man. I can't be bothered. You just don't want to admit she's good. Klugi. Klugi. Wait, is that 9 and 1 Cs? Is that something you can do reliably? It's been so long since I played Hutao, I kind of forbore. Hmm. Man, I don't have the muscle memory for N1C anymore though. I overrode it with the muscle memory for N2C a long time ago.
Gather.
I ran out of stamina. And we don't talk about the serpent spine. It's fine. I think I dashed before I started, which was why I ran out of stamina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 9 isn't too bad. Shouldn't you get 10 and 1C? That's literally impossible at C0.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy.
Because a charge attack costs 25 stamina, and 10 of those is 250 stamina, and you don't have 250 stamina. But, like, 10 is literally impossible. But yeah. I don't know how many more charge attacks you should assume with this when you get the C1. But it's probably like plus at most 20% personal DPS. Right? Which is like 7k. So it'd still be below 100k. Realistically, it's probably less than that though. It's like, yeah. But like, that's not bad damage, right? Like, it's not great, but it's not bad. Local Sigwinny stan asking why you'd move Sigwinny up. Because all the characters that want Hydro in their team that have been released lately don't need fast Hydro, so Sigwinny works. I guess she won't really work well with Nefer, but she works with Flynn's. So that's cool. Flynn's and Inefo should be at the Apex. I mean, I definitely don't think so. I think people are getting, like, Omega baited by just how fucking insanely Flynn's chill the current Siege and Onslaught is. And the current Abyss, to be fair. Like, this guy increases your lunar charge damage by 75% against the shield, and permanently has like minus 50% electro resistance. Can barely do it with Flynn's anyways. Feel like it's more of an Inefa boss than a Flynn's boss. I mean, that's just because Flynn's is kind of whatever without Inefa. At least Inefa should be there, but I don't know. If you just base it off of like how good they are in the current content, sure, because the current content is designed to sell Inefa and Flynn's. But the question is, will she still be there when the content doesn't do that anymore? And the reality is that unless Columbina is a is a character that like is a massive upscale for those teams, no, she won't be. Isn't she best in law for an Neuvillette team? Inefa? Not really. If you're doing Neuvillette Hyper Bloom, Inefa and Raiden are basically the same. If you're doing Neuvillette like Taser, it's not better than Neuvillette Freeze. And if you're doing Neuvillette Freeze, yeah. Like, she's not bad for those teams, but she's just one of your many options. Inefa is, in my opinion, substantially better than Raiden in the Hyper Bloom team. Well, okay. That's a cool opinion you have there. It would sure be a shame if it didn't line up with the facts, I guess. Like, I think if you have both, you'd generally rather play Inefa, sure, because she's got, like, a shield, which is more comfortable to play. But, like, is it actually, like, a big deal? Not really. In practice, she's better. I mean, I haven't experienced that. Maybe you're just not doing the right rotations with Raiden. In practice, they're very similar. Yeah, I don't know. Who's gonna get Raiden over Inefa? I mean, I'm not saying that Raiden should be as good or better than Inefa in a tier list. I'm saying that the argument that Inefa is the best, is the most important, like, is part of Neuvillette's best team, is an important part of Neuvillette's best team, is not true. She's one of the options for one of Neuvillette's best archetypes. Technically two, I guess, but meh. The second one is on thin ice a little, honestly. It's not that she's important, it's that she's strong in many teams, even without Flints, but, like, is she? Like, by many teams, you just mean Neviled, basically. Like, again, I'm not saying that Inefa's bad, but, like, pulling generalists doesn't do shit anymore. Right? Like, if anything, alright, I think Shilonen in this tier is a fucking fraud, too. Alright? So the fact that Inefa is part of one of the ways you can play Arlecchino that isn't the best Arlecchino team doesn't fucking matter, man. In my opinion, it just doesn't. Like, based on what Inefa provides, will you be bringing her to to content that Arlecchino wants to be up against? Or will you just be using an Arlecchino team against content Inefa wants to be up against? It's generally going to be the latter. And honestly, if it's the latter, you're probably better off replacing replacing Arlecchino with fucking Sucrose. So it's like... Virgil, yes. But don't use Everlasting Moon Glow. Use TTDS. Still waiting for an Electro DPS that can actually use Shiloted C2. Aware. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's good for Dory carry. True. You were the gifted, Mo. Cleanse 4 burst. Don't fucking remind me, man. My god. To be fair, if you don't have Inefa and you have Shilonen C2, Flynn's best team is probably Flynn's Shilonen C6 Sarah. I know. And in that team, the cooldown refund on Sarah's burst actually matters. You can actually burst every rotation thanks to it. No way Sarah's better than Inefa? Yeah, of course. That's why the very first thing I said in my sentence was for people who don't have Inefa. Wait, I don't have Inefa and I have C2 Shilonen. Pog? Do you also have C6 Sarah? I guess you can use the Anson too if you don't have C6 Sarah. But like the biggest downside of Sarah is that if you want to use her burst every rotation, you're kind of cooking your rotation length, right? You're cooking it way more than you do with the Anson. But yeah. I hope you enjoy your running backwards to catch Sarah's burst with Flynn's gameplay. The good old Sarah burst, Flynn's EE run backwards. Optimal combo. You don't have to run back, but you can do in front. I mean, you could go in front, but it'll be closer to go backwards than forwards because the explosions are centered around the enemy, and you're on the side of the enemy that you're on. So if you go backwards, you're closer to the explosions than if you try to go forward. Yeah, you can also run left or run right. Cool. You know how directions work, that's crazy. Can you get Terra buff for both of his mini bursts? Only with a burst, not with a skill. But yes, you can. That sounds so clunky? It's pretty clunky, yeah. But like... Uptime will be so dog. No! Like, with the burst, the uptime is good. The problem with Sarah is that you can't burst every rotation. But if you have C2 Shilonen and you want to use it, then yeah. Like, go ahead. Fuck it, why not? It's like... Base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, EM multiplier, crit value, crit multiplier, then like fuck the rest of the kit. Let's just look at the fucking lunar bloom damage only, right? Or sorry, lunar charge damage only. E attack, motion value. Damage, time, DPS. Alright, so Flynn's base attack is what, 352? Was it? Flynn's, yeah, 352. And like, someone who ends up with C2 Shilonen, what weapon would they have on Flynn's? I guess it would be Jadewing Spear. Because if you go Sig, you'd rather go C1, and if you go C1, Sarah doesn't work anymore. So I think we will assume Jadewing Spear. Attack percent, main stat times 2. Right, if we have... Like, let's start with Inefa, Shilonen, C2, Ino, right? You'd have 1 attack percent support set, 20% attack and substats, 3.2 times 7 from Jadewing Spear. Anything else for attack percent? No Sucrose, so no TDDS. That's it. Flat attack, 350. EM, 160. Set bonus, support set bonus, I know C1. Are we calculating Sarah? I want to compare it to Inefa. For people who are using Shilonen. To, like, quantify it. I mean, Inefa's burst is, like... I guess it would be worth using in this team. Yeah. Because you don't have to stay on Flints for longer, so it doesn't extend your rotation. Yeah, okay. So, Inefa's burst would be every rotation, so 6% of Inefa total attack. What else we got? Is this I know instructor Shilonen Serenade Inefa gilded? No. You never want Shilonen Serenade because she can't refresh it. This is probably I know Serenade, Inefa TOM, Shilonen. Doesn't really matter what Shilonen is on. They could just fucking give her instructor. Why not? No, instructor is probably not that great here. No, Shilonen? No, she doesn't burst. You only burst when you need the healing. It's not worth bursting for damage. Now, I guess you just go Cinder City. Yeah. Okay, what other sources of EM do we have? Right, we have Flinz's base stuff, the set bonuses, I know C1, Inefa buff. What else is there? I guess that's it, huh? Yeah, multiplier 1.28 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1 plus 20% from Flint's passive, 20% from the set bonuses, and Shilonen kind of just caps it out, right, on the bonus, because she just goes full defense in this team, so 36%. Crit value, 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 22.1 times 2, 60. Effective attack. I guess we should have the other thing, too. And then we also need damage percent. Then motion value. Then damage. Talent. Damage. LC. Damage. But then I also need the second lunar charge one as well. So. LC. Proc. Number of LCs. Damage, LC, procs. Whatever. Damage percent, he'd be at 40 from Cinder City. That's it. Effective attack, total attack, times 1 plus damage percent, times crit multiplier. Lunar charge proc, 2604, times EM multiplier, times crit multiplier. Motion value from his shit is like around 2500. From this is 2 times 121.5 plus 176.7 times 3. Number of just normal lunar charge hits, like 5. Damage talent. This times 1.13 times 190 divided by 390. This doesn't have this thing. And this is also that. Total damage. Time 16, DPS 1k. Does that make sense? Yeah, I guess this is a team that doesn't run sucrose, so it does. Inefa 330. Give her deathmatch, I guess. It'll be a little bit higher when we include the Inefa buff as well. Attack percent, TOM, substats, weapon 24. Yeah. Yeah. EM. We have the 120. We have 80 from subs. And we have 6% of this. Yeah, multiplier, yeah. We don't have this one. Crit value. It is crit ascension. Our weapon is different. We don't have this set. 36.8 times 2. Damage percent, also 40. Yeah. Motion value is 1150.6 plus 146.9 plus 163.2 times 8. Motion value lunar charge 65 times 8 times 3. Number of lunar charge procs 5 divided by 2. There's 8 total. 3. Damage, talent, lunar charge procs, total damage, DPS. This seems a little high. I guess it's because we're ignoring your requirements. Yeah. I guess that's fair. Shilonen damage is basically nothing. And then Ino damage. Talon damage is basically nothing, but there's lunar charge damage, so 187 times 2 plus 96 plus 80 plus 120 plus 80 from substats plus the weapon, which is 165 plus Eye for War. How much is the weapon again? Hmm. 120, so 285. Yeah, multiplier is this. Yeah. Crit value is basically fucking nothing. 60%. No crit weapon. Crit multiplier, very cool. Lunar charge proc here. Number of lunar charges is 5 divided by 12 plus 3 divided by 2. Which brings your team DPS to around 107k. Why only 2 EM main stats? Because we got a crit rate or crit damage circlet. So, if you don't have Inefa and we use Sarah C6 instead, we lose the EM buff from this. And the EM multiplier is now 1.14. Okay. Then pretty much all of the Sarah or the Inefa stats get overridden. Okay. How much cooldown refund do you get from Shilonen C2 again? I forgot. Is it 3? Is it 4, 5, 6? Yeah, okay. So you're fine with that. Sarah. Okay. If you're someone that has Shilon in C2 and Sarah C6, you probably have a 5-star weapon for Sarah, whether it's Elegy or Skyward. I think we'll assume Skyward. 195 plus 674. EO requirements are probably okay. Why is there a crit circlet on Ino? Because pretty much the only thing she does for the team is a little bit of lunar charge damage. None of her other stats matter. But lunar charge crits, and a crit circlet is better than any M1. Anyways. Oh, that's true, Rosigus, but it's not that bad. Anyways, this is gonna be 46.6%. We'll have Noblesse now instead, so we still have this. Sarah, I think, has Attack Ascension. Yeah. Her buff works on herself. So this is going to be 91%. And what else we got? Is that it for attack percent? I think so. Is there any attack percent from these? No, there isn't. Yeah. Flat attack. Yeah. Total attack. Yeah. And what's the multiplier for this again? Gotta double check. It's 0.9%. So 0.9% of her attack, 26%. So yeah, multiplier, this 36 is now 26. Okay. Okay, crit value. This is 60 base. This is gone. Instead, well, we still have this, but then we have plus 20%. Yeah. No, that's not true, because then there's her own stuff. So there's another 60%. Then Flynn's also gets plus 60% crit. Flynn's also gets plus 91% of Sarah's attack, which is about 800. That makes sense. Her EM doesn't have this or this. Really not as many EM substats either. Damage percent is also 40. No. Plus 46.6. Effective attack. Motion value. Motion value is going to be... It's 30% of the damage, right? Yeah. So 267.2%. Times 0.3 plus 870.4 plus 72.5. No, down level 12. 819.2. 68.2. How many hits are we assuming? For now, let's just assume like 6. Also forgot the Noblesse, 20%. Number of lunar charge procs, she's gonna participate in like 3 of them. and she's never going to be the highest. Flynn's is now going to be... Oh, yeah, that's still fine. And then we have... This is now 5 divided by 12 plus 3. 5 divided by 2 plus 3. Yeah. And your team DPS is at 97k here. Which is like less than 10% behind Inefa. It's really not that bad. Yeah, but this only works with C2 Shilonen. And like, if you have Inefa, C2 Shilonen is starting off a little bit worse than Sucrose too. But like, if you can have full uptime on Sarah's buffs, she's actually pretty good for Flynn's. You look at the Flynn's personal damage, and it's significantly higher with Sarah than with Inefa. Also, I'm kind of curious about this. What if we go attack Goblet here? Instead of plus 26, it'll be plus 0.9% of total attack divided by 100. And then we remove the damage Goblet. Slightly better, actually, yeah. Can you elaborate on crit damage circlet? It's not crit damage, it's crit damage or crit rate. Just a crit circlet. But it's just... Aino doesn't do anything. She doesn't have damage, she doesn't have... she doesn't have anything in her kit that does anything other than just like a bit of application. In Lunar Charge teams, because she's a Hydro character, she's going to be participating in your Lunar Charge damage. So you should just build her for the Lunar Charge damage, which is going to be EM crit. Would she do more damage with Hydro Goblet? Lunar Charge damage is not Hydro. So no. Her personal damage is complete dog shit. You can just ignore it altogether. QM doesn't work with Aino, doesn't matter, you just go Noblesse instead. It's the same shit. What's better, Aino on Serenade and Inefa on 2Ps with a great build, or Inefa on Serenade and Aino on Noblesse? It's close enough that if you have a great build on 2Ps, you should stick to that for now. Do you go ER EM crit on Aino? You don't need ER Sands with the Flameforge Insight weapon. And this is what's used here, because Shilonen's C2 fixes any energy problems we might have. Yeah, you go EM crit, exactly. Generally, though, like, because, like, you can see, right, with Inefa, her personal damage is at like 3k personal DPS. Going ER Sands doesn't change your team DPS that much, and it makes it easier in Siege Onslaught where you don't start with bursts. So generally, you should just go ER Sands. What's your best ER build on Instructor? We can put Aino on my best ER build on Instructor if you want. Because Because if I end up getting Nefer, that's the build she's gonna be on basically forever. And so I'm at 260% ER with 55 crit rate. Which is kind of fucking goated of a build, by the way. Who's on Serenade? On the Nefer team, it would be like Kuki or whatever the last lot is, basically. Official, whatever. Or Llama, and you have that other character on Deepwood, it doesn't matter. Is Sucrose better than Shilon and C2 for Flens? Yeah. But Shilon and C2 gives you a healer, so it's not bad. Like, you should not go for Shilon in Constellations. The only reason why I'm talking about Shilon and C2 is because I know a bunch of people already have it. Let me take a look at what Flip has for Nefer Calc. Yeah, these teams aren't real, so it's fine. We can just skip them. Bro is only gaining 1 second from using Kuki over Nahida? Nah. That's fake. That's fake, man. That's very fake. Ah, what the fuck? Whatever. How is bro so high with this, man? Oh, he's using C6 I know. I see. Yeah, that explains it. A Lamau. What's the fakeness here? It's just... I know it's not on Nefer's banner and is a very new unit, so the amount of people that are gonna have C6 I know is a little, yeah. I think there's gonna be more people at C0 that don't even have C1 than people at C6. Should I get baited for C1 I know, by the way? What do you guys think? Like, if I do go for Nefer, it'll be a pretty big deal. But if I get Flynn's, I'm gonna be very unhappy.
What?
It's fine, you're at 0 pity. True, what's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? Oh boy. Am I really gonna get talked into doing it? I feel like I might. I'm weak-willed, chat. Anyways. This is nothing compared to Chevreuse, huh? Getting Flynn's ruined you, Flip. Is Flynn's actually as bad as people are saying? Flynn's is a very okay unit. If he came out a year ago, he'd be very well perceived, but he didn't come out a year ago. He came out now, so he's perceived as like kind of just he's all right, you know. All right, I think that might be it for today. Tomorrow. Chat, what if tomorrow we do some viewer slaughter? Wait, we should do the stall before. I almost forgot again. I keep forgetting about the stall, man. We stare. We pound. We zilch. We yeah. We nylon. Is that how you say this word? Dude, I'm kind of the goat. Holy fuck. No clue. Gaia? I think. Is that Greek? I don't know. Maybe not. Tease playfully. What the fuck? Maybe it's not Gaia. It's not Gaia. That's not Greek, bro. Who the fuck is the Earth goddess in Greek mythology? Bro, what the fuck? Undergarment item bra. Maybe. Westernmost territory of the US. I don't know, bro. God, I'm so cooked. I'm actually so cooked. Emit bubbles. Like foam? Maybe? K and JFK, maybe? Is it the JFK airport? I don't know airports, man. I don't think it's foam. Maybe. Fizz? Perhaps? Buzzy? Is that a thing? Maybe? Raz? Guam? Is that a US territory? Amy? Jazzy? That's crazy. That's a crazy mini today. My god. Ooh, okay. This is... I'd say it's like a 38, so 322, 320, 318. Not bad. It was a 42, not a 38. Close enough. Okay. Okay. No fucking clue, bro. I don't know. I don't know at all. Oh. Orange. Oh. Cooked. What the fuck is this? I don't think I can show the first one. I don't know what this is. But the first one had a vampire, so maybe it's like that Rosario vampire thing. Yeah, probably, right? That. Okay. I don't know what that is. No clue. Why does she look like that? Chat, is it just me or does this kind of give like Inefa vibes? Like this is not a person. This is not a living person. Like that's a robot for sure. I don't know, man. A galaxy next door. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. That's crazy. Holy. Do I need to have his actual name? Is Kirito gonna work? It's like... It's like Kirigaya or something? Yeah, it's that. It's that. It's that. It's that. I don't think Bon has a last name. I don't know who the other two are. Yeah, okay. Would it have accepted Kirito? Any knowers? Shit. Who is this? That's from Black Clover, right? I don't... Is that the wind guy? He looks old, though. Like, it looks like the wind guy, but he looks too old. And I don't know what the fuck this character's name is, but I know it's from Recreators. I don't remember what the wind guy's name is, man. You know, yeah. Okay. I'm cooked. I don't know any of these. Let's try to guess from the vibes. I don't know, actually. Fairy tale. Really? I guess this does have a shoujo vibe, actually. Okay, sure. Anidol. Alright, chat, I need your help. It's not Baki. Same year as Baki, better than Baki. Not manga. What's 2018? What was in 2018, man? Kaguya? Was that in 2018? That's manga, though. I'm pretty sure. Eminence in Shadow? Maybe. Better than Eminence in Shadow? That's not 2018, though. You were wrong. It's not light novel, either. Probably an original, I feel. Violet Evergarden. It's a drama. Try Mob? No action. I don't think it's Mob. A Ghibli movie? It could be. 2018 Ghibli movie. Banana Fish was 2018? Maybe. That's action, though. Yeah, I feel like a Ghibli movie's a good guess. What's a 2018 Ghibli movie? One with Robert Pattinson? That's not 2018. A Place Further Than Universe. No. I don't think there was one. Oh, that's crazy. I kind of wanted to skip the first clue. Darling in the Franxx. That's higher than 8.5? Wait, it's not an original. Hell no. Yeah, that's what I thought. Steins Gate? Steins Gate is a... That's not 2018. That's way older. Might be Slime? Is Slime a web novel? But it's not action adventure, so it's not. Persona. Slime is light novel? Are you sure? I'm gonna guess Slime because I don't think that's true. Okay, it is. Never mind. I was wrong. Is that really? I thought it was a web novel. Whatever. Bunny Girl Senpai? No. It is romance. Pancreas? It's lower than an 8.7. Is Pancreas lower than an 8.7? It is. Huh. I haven't watched it. Alright, we're good. Don't know. This seems very sports. That's not sports. That's an isekai equal no, chat. Yeah, that's Gate. I feel like the other characters aren't that recognizable, but that one, like, Death Girl is. No clue. I don't know. World End, what are you doing at the end of the world? Are you busy? Will you save us? What a shit name that is. No clue. What the fuck is this, bro? What is this, man? Bro! What is this? Okay, well that's a mecha. But bro, I don't fucking know, man. Let's just, okay. Getter Robo Armageddon. Yeah, okay, sure, man. Whatever. 23k. Not a great day today, huh? Let's do the OST guesser. We're gonna redeem ourselves with the OST guesser. Fuck, who is that again? That's Farazan, right? That's Farazan, yeah. Alright. Wait, I just clicked on endless instead of general. Oops. That's Mondstadt, right? No. I'm an idiot. I mean, that's a 1.0, so if it's not Mondstadt, it's gotta be Leah. Yeah, okay. Alright. Letterla? I'm down. Let's do the Letterla today. Hmm. J. No. Chat, any guesses? Z. Okay. Let's do B. O. P. L. Q. W. M. R. E. F. F. Okay. Bet. It was F for... So true. Bondle? Yeah, it's been a while since we did the Bondle. We can do the Bondle. Is that Elise? Yeah. That was like way too easy. The next highest guess is 38. Everyone got this first try. Jesus Christ. I think that's gonna be it for today. Thank you all for dropping by, chat. I hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Maybe tomorrow we'll do a viewer slaughter. I don't know how. It depends on how I feel. We'll see. We'll see. Um. Um. Um.